Amen. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency, the President. Announcements by Your Honor, the President.
We have announcements. I have apologies for absence from Senator Dr. Brathwaite and Senator the Most Honorable Jerome Walcott, as well as Senator the Honorable Lisa Cummins. Our chaplain is also has actually excused this morning. In terms of late arrival, Senator Kevin Boyce. I also have by possession minutes of our meetings held on October 25th, 2023, November 8th, 2023 to be confirmed. Senator Dr. Maura Knight.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the minutes so mentioned be confirmed.
The question is that the minutes of our meetings on Wednesday, October 25th and Wednesday, November 8th be confirmed. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it, those minutes stand confirmed.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers.
Senator Dr. Maura Knight.
Mr. President, I am commanded to lay the following documents: the audited financial statements of the Allergy School for the year ended March 31st, 2020, the medium-term debt management strategy 2023 to 2024, and the 2025-2026, and the Barbados Physical Development Plan Amendment, October 2023.
Reports from select committees, questions to ministers.
Senator Dr. Maura Knight.
Mr. President, to report that the questions that were posed in this honourable chamber are ready for a response, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries. Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by minister.
Senator Dr. Maura Knight.
Mr. President, I beg to move that you suspend the suspension of Standing Order 45-2 and Standing Order 58 be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is that Standing Orders 45-2 and 58 be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Those standing orders are accordingly suspended for the remainder of today's sitting.
Introduction of bills.
Senator the Honorable Dr. Maura Knight.
Mr. President, I beg to move the first reading of the Natural Disaster and Pandemic Deferment of Payment Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023 and the first reading of the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023.
The question is that those bills be read a first time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Public business, sir.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 4. In the name of the Honorable Acting Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023.
Senator the Honorable Dr. Maura Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I hope that you will allow me to wish everyone a happy independence I hope that a number of the members here would have attended the unveiling of the monument to the family last night and would have either been here on the grounds or would have watched the National Independence Concert as we go into celebrating 57 years of this country's independence, Mr. President. Mr. President, the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Bill 2023, that act, rather, was passed in the other place on July 28th, 2023. It was preceded, Mr. President, by a that would attend to the National Insurance Scheme. Mr. President, this chamber would have debated and also passed that act on August 9th. We would have had a wide-ranging debate that covered the provisions within that act, and as well, we would have considered all the issues contained in the ministerial statement. But Mr. President, we are here this morning. Normally, Mr. President, when you want to make an amendment, the bill would have been passed and you would make an amendment to the specific clause that you want to be able to introduce. However, on the advice of the Chief Parliamentary Council of Government, given that the 2023 Act that was recently passed was not yet proclaimed, it was felt that it will be neater and more efficient to then have a new, Mr. President, Act that would, one, contain all of the provisions of the previous National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Act 2023, and then also provide for the substantial amendments, Mr. President, that we want to be able to introduce. Some of these amendments, Mr. President, speak to the fact that we needed to make provision for the Chief Legal Officer, which is now made at Section 11C. We also needed to make provision for the employment of public, but more substantially as well. Within the ministerial statement that was made, it spoke substantially to a new, more flexible, more adaptable, more fit for purpose regime for the self-employed. And that is essentially the substantive matter that is before us within the amendments that we will consider this morning. So that essentially, Mr. President, what we will do, therefore, is to repeal and replace the act that was passed, Mr. President, that 2023, just for clarity, National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Act. We will repeal that, Mr. President, and then have, once it is passed within this honorable chamber, a new act that would be the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment number 2, Mr. President. It will essentially, as I said before, and I'm repeating again, it will amend the law in relation to the national system of national insurance and social security by establishing a body corporate and perform the functions relating to the national insurance and social security. We would have debated those governance matters. One of the foremost advocates for workers' rights and a stalwart in the labor movement. This government, who created a shield around people in the context of the COVID pandemic, and in particular for self-employed. This government that has passed some of the most progressive legislation around the protection of workers' health and safety, legislation to ensure non-discrimination within the workplace, could not, in good conscience, Mr. President, stand on our pride if there was an opportunity that would allow us to be able to immediately make sure that we had the best fit of legislation that would allow us to ensure that those self-employed people could operate within the new dispensation in a system that would create a more flexible, as I said before, an adaptable and fit for purpose system that was necessary. We could not, Mr. President, in good conscience. So here we are this morning, Mr. President, saying that this amendment that we have before us is extremely important. And as I said before, under the advice of the Chief Parliamentary Council, that this is the best process that could be undertaken to make sure that we could move forward in the most efficient way. Mr. President, before I go any further, I want to extend thanks to Minister Colin Jordan, who is Minister of Labour, Social Security, and the third sector. I say thanks to him, thanks to his permanent secretary, the staff, the NIS board, the core group that worked with the NIS on the wide-ranging recommendations that were made to transform the NIS scheme, to modernize it, Mr. President, to ensure that it provided a framework that could be sustainable, but again, like I said, that could ensure that all Barbadians could see themselves contributing and benefiting. And in so doing, they have given us a framework, Mr. President, that aligns and realigns, Mr. President, the National Insurance Scheme with its initial ethos of being a bulwark for the people of Barbados. And therefore, Mr. President, I thank them for their service. I thank them for bringing us here to this moment and for this meeting. Mr. President, these amendments were brought because it was recognized that we had less than 15% to that point, of self-employed persons contributing to the National Insurance Scheme, less than 15%. And what this would mean, essentially, Mr. President, is that we have a large group of persons, including elderly persons, that at the point that they come of age and want to receive a pension or need support or meet a crisis in their life, Mr. President, that they will have nothing if they did not make additional provisions. So that while these amendments and the provisions for the self-employed does not directly affect the sustainability of the scheme itself, and it doesn't, Mr. President, because if you don't pay in contributions, you can't get out. So it doesn't impact on the scheme itself. But the concern, and the fundamental concern, is to ensure that we can do as much as we can as a government to make sure that we have the structures and processes in place to encourage, to promote the opportunity for the self-employed to participate, to make their contributions, Mr. President, and then to be able to benefit. That is the fundamental challenge and angst that these provisions are trying to address. But, Mr. President, the fundamental question is about why. Why the importance of this? Why have we come back to make sure that we can embed these provisions now within this legislation? Entrepreneurship, Mr. President, has been the blood of this country. Entrepreneurs, Mr. President, are the women who have a little window and they sell a little something from the shop, sell a little something to the people in the neighborhood. It is those people, Mr. President, who have big dreams and big ideas and put the savings and the little investment in to start something, Mr. President, to start a little business. It's the young fellow who has an idea for an app to make the transport system more efficient. He's an entrepreneur, Mr. President. It is the fellow who had an idea for an app about it ain't like Uber, but it could be something just for Barbados. He's an entrepreneur. It is the man who, listen, I feel I could move some people if I get a little taxi license and operate. He's an entrepreneur, Mr. President. Every day we look around and we see people who are making a living in what we would call the non-traditional informal sector. Those are entrepreneurs, Mr. President. Those are the persons who built this country, Mr. President. The people who started with a low one-door store in town and then built it up, who are also employers, Mr. President. Those people are entrepreneurs. Small and medium-sized businesses, Mr. President. Some of them doing, Mr. President, work that is exporting, that allowing us as well to be able to generate foreign exchange. Yesterday, I had the privilege of going and speaking to a group of entrepreneurs similarly involved in the fashion industry, Mr. President. Fantastic work. Young women. I spoke to a young woman who herself, and she wasn't even 30, was manufacturing bags, Mr. President, in her home. Started out by just making bags from what was online. But then she got support. I know she's making a branded bag. She's doing that out of her home, Mr. President. She's an entrepreneur. And the extent to which we have to ensure that the men and women, the young people, who again were the lifeblood and helped build this country, can also have the same and amenable access to the social security system, Mr. President, is critical. Mr. President, the entrepreneurs are the little hucksters and traders, the mechanics, Mr. President, who sometimes bother us because they operate on the side of the road. And they should know, Mr. President, because I am a child of a father who was a body repairman. And there were many Christmases, Mr. President, where it was a little iffy up to the day before Christmas, because he wasn't sure if you'll be able to finish the car in time to get the final payment, and then we could have what is called the traditional Christmas. Mr. President, I know it personally, because I worked for a time as a consultant. And as a consultant, you get a little pay up front. But you're working for months and months till I have something there to give them. They don't understand. They said they can't get in my bedroom because they got all these things packed up. It is because I am storing up for that season, for that drought, Mr. President. And that is how many entrepreneurs have to be able to operate. But we had a system that was inflexible and not attuned to the needs and how entrepreneurs were operating and their livelihoods, Mr. President. We were doing a fundamental disservice, Mr. President, to those entrepreneurs. And it's a disservice this morning, Mr. President, that we are trying to correct in terms of making these amendments. And it is important because very often I certainly feel that certainly within the creative sector, the entrepreneurial class is sometimes not seen. Again, I was at that fashion fair, that trade expo Mr. President was speaking to you about. And I spoke to a young man who was saying to me that as a fashion designer, he had gotten an order during that COVID period that he was trying to fill. And he'd gotten a grant, Mr. President, of $30,000. But he said that grant of $30,000 was good. But for him to begin to look at that order, he was facing a cost of up to $69,000, Mr. President. And he said, you know what? I had to eat sardines. What we Bajans would say, go bang your belly a little bit. Yeah? To make it. And he said, girl, you know what I had to do? Is I had to beg the people every month to get them a little bit, and a little bit, and a little bit, until they make it. So that the entrepreneurial class that we have in Barbados is a class that demonstrates a level of resilience, Mr. President, the mechanic, Mr. President. But I'm not so sure that for many of them, that they think about what happens if. What happens if? And Mr. President, again, we would have seen that in the context of COVID. A pandemic that came out of nowhere, not expected. So that immediately the rug was almost pulled out of those fledgling businesses, those people that live in a little bit day by day. And the government then had to come in, Mr. President, had to step in, like I said before, Mr. President, to create a shield, Mr. President. And we did so and provided a benefit for self-employed people that were paid up, Mr. President, and that could allow them to at least be able to survive for a period during the pandemic, Mr. President. And that benefit provided for approximately 13,000 entrepreneurs, small business people, again, to be able to survive the pandemic. Similarly, Mr. President, the National Cultural Foundation initiated a COVID-19 Creatives Grant Fund and facilitated more than $4 million, assisting artists, covering entertainment to cottage businesses, to allow entrepreneurs, again, to be able to survive the crisis, to survive when the rug was pulled from them, to offer a little bit of a helping hand to people. Mr. President, I want to say to you that fundamentally, primarily I should argue that these provisions, as I said, are important for small business people, for entrepreneurs, to make sure that they have a benefit that they can contribute in a system that helps them. But there's another fundamental issue here, Mr. President, that is important and perhaps personal from my experience. My father, as I said, was a body repairman. And in his very young, very early 60s, he was, as he was called it, pulling a car and suffered a spinal cord injury, early 60s, that eventually weakened him over a period of time. So right now, so early 60s, at the age of 72, he has no movement, his hands or feet, and is dependent then on his children to provide for him because he had no contributions, was not eligible for any support. But Mr. President, more fundamental than that, at least for me, Mr. President, and I would say it, is because my father, this strapping man who with a look can bring you to your knees, was then reduced to a man that had to depend on others. It creates, Mr. President, a lack of dignity for people. It allows them or forces them to become vulnerable. So we have elderly people in homes because they can no longer contribute, are being treated by their children, by their families, in ways that really don't reflect the Barbadian spirit, Mr. President. And so fundamentally for me, in that equation of the what if, it is that we can potentially have a group of Barbadians that have lost their sense of dignity, the sense of self-confidence, that Bajan pride that we know, Mr. President, that are able to tell a man a thing because you know how you're making your way. That if we don't create a system that allows fairly for those people to be able to contribute and then to benefit, Mr. President, I think that we will do a disjustice to the development ethos of this country. And certainly, Mr. President, we will kind of lose our way in terms of that Bajan pride, Mr. President. And I think that is also fundamental in the discussion in relation to these provisions. And Mr. President, again, I say that because I remember as well when I was acting Minister for Labor and Social Security, that I had a prominent pastor call me. And he was saying, my son had called the NIS, he was working again in the creator sector, and wanted to be able to make some contributions. But after an hour-long conversation between whoever it was on the telephone, and ended up with the fact that really and truly, because again, he was young, he was now making his way, again, wasn't able to show based on the system that he was being able to provide these contributions consistently, that he really then could not put his money within the NIS scheme. And he said to me, you know what? My son was so disenchanted. He said, I'm done with that. I don't understand how the government operating, how the system operating. And therefore, we can also create a set of people who become disenchanted with a process that does not meet them at the point of their needs, Mr. President. And so that we should not take these amendments lightly in terms of how they are intended to promote the participation of self-employed people, Mr. President. Essentially, Mr. President, with these amendments, self-employed persons will have the ability to pay their contributions online without the normal forms and schedules that sometimes can create a little bit of a bother, sometimes a little bit too technical, a little bit too much. They'll be able to pay their contributions, Mr. President, through the NIS portal or also through EasyPay as well. They will get their receipts online so they can have a running record of their payments. They can make those contributions, Mr. President, without having to specify a period, because essentially the system will allow them to pay as the money comes, Mr. President. You get a little bit when, again, you got that bounty, you come and you make that payment. And then from a couple of months, you might not get anything, but you get a little bit again, and you're able then, Mr. President, with this system, to be able to come and you make your little contribution. And then nobody ain't gonna tell you now, all right, based on the system, your contributions don't count because they may come in quarterly or they come in this way. What we are intended to do, Mr. President, is to make sure that there is a flexibility for that pay as you earn for the self-employed. Mr. President, what the system will do will allow for a minimum number of contributions, which is $1,200, Mr. President, a minimum number of contributions, $1,200, Mr. President. And again, to ensure that we had a minimum that people could meet, that was inclusive, that would again allow for the range of the entrepreneurs to be able to participate and make the necessary contributions, Mr. President. And that was important for us in relation to this new scheme for the self-employed that was being established. The benefit had to make sense. Importantly, and to me, Mr. President, this is one of the key things within these amendments. It allows for self-employed persons to make back pay contributions. So again, we recognize that we would have had people that would have been left outside of the system. And what these provisions make for is that they can back pay contributions for a period of 3 years, Mr. President. And of course, there's a small penalty to be applied, 5% only, but it allows them to be able then to say, listen, you know what? If I want to be able to ensure that I can have the necessary benefit, and again, I could go back. So again, you make a little bit, you put some here in the current, you put some here in the back. You put some here in the current, you put some here in the back, Mr. President, which they could not do before. So this system, again, Mr. President, is crowding in entrepreneurs and also allowing them to ensure that they can be up to date as well with their benefits. Importantly, Mr. President, it will also extend to employment injury benefits as well. Employment injury benefits for the self-employed, Mr. President. How important is that? How important is that? I am sure, Mr. President, we all know someone who has had some level of injury. I know seamstress, sometimes the working and the little finger get caught. And they can't work for a little bit of time. They had a little fall on the job. Something happened, and you can't work, and then there is nothing, Mr. President. So we are establishing those injury benefits, and Mr. President, in order to be able to access those injury benefits, Mr. President, yes, you have to produce some level of evidence. And I think, Mr. President, we would all agree that's reasonable and fair. Because if you are employed, normally, when you are injured, Mr. President, you may have somebody around who may be able to testify to what happened with you. There may be cameras that are set up if you're in a supermarket and other business. But when that self-employed person is working from their living room and sitting down on the settee, Mr. President, there's often nobody else there with them. So in order to be able to qualify for this injury benefit, we're asking them, one, to produce a thorough report of what happened. Also, as well, to produce a medical report from a medical doctor as well. If they can, Mr. President, pictures of the injury as well. We're also asking, if available, and it may not be available in all circumstances, to provide the contract for which they were working on for that period of time so we can substantiate that you are actually engaged in work for that period of time that you are claiming for that injury benefit, Mr. President. And I think that, Mr. President, that certainly this will be a game changer for the small entrepreneur. That this, again, will provide a fundamental safety net, Mr. President, for entrepreneurs. It also, as well, Mr. President, recognizes that if we have some self-employed persons who have a current employee-employer relationship, but might be doing a little gig on the side. So I've learned that we have a little gig economy, where you go and you do a little thing here on the side, because your job may not be sufficient in terms of allowing you to be able to address the needs that you have, and certainly if the pay is not allowing you to be able to have the sufficient contributions to ensure that you are eligible, again, for the benefit. And so what this is saying now is that those that have that situation, that doing a little gig here, doing a little side hustle, I don't know what the gig economy, but I know what it's called, the side hustle, Mr. President, the little side hustle that you're doing, that now you could also as well still be able to contribute. And I hope that we are getting the picture. And Mr. President, it may not be fully perfect, but what we have done then is to make some substantial transformations to allow for the full spectrum of those entrepreneurs in whatever situation that they may find themselves in order to ensure that they can make their contributions within the NAS, Mr. President. And I believe that by doing so, we will increase the number of self-employed persons wanting to make contributions because of the flexibility, because of seeing that there is an effort to make sure that we have a system and a structure that now recognizes how they function, how they operate, how they work, and is adapting to meet that circumstance. Mr. President, I want to say as well, and I speak now in the context of culture, that certainly, and Senator King is here as a former minister, that we have a cadre of cultural practitioners, Mr. President, that I want to encourage, Mr. President, them to take advantage of these provisions. Mr. President, everybody, but I'm speaking now to the cultural practitioners. When I came into the ministry, I noted that a large part of what we were doing was supporting cultural practitioners, some of them who were falling on hard times, particularly when out of season for crop over and there was no work, and they had nothing, Mr. President. When they traveled and they got a particular gig and then came back and they went through a dry season. When that order was filled and they didn't get the next order, Mr. President. And I had all of these bright ideas about, we got to encourage them, let's do a campaign to get them signed up to the national insurance, and we're going to do this and going to do that. And I met with several of the practitioners, Mr. President, met with the NCF board, met with Senator King, met with our cultural ambassadors to note that it was all tried before. To note that there had been several efforts to bring these cultural practitioners within the system, but very few of them had actually taken up the challenge, the offer to participate in the NIS scheme. And Mr. President, that is a sad thing. Because when you look particularly at cultural practitioners and particularly at entertainers, Mr. President, and I hope that Senator King will take no offense, there's a particular shelf life. There's a particular shelf life sometimes. Sometimes the voice don't always be fully informed. Sometimes you don't get the gigs because they want the younger people if you're an older performer. Sometimes you're a younger performer, you got a one-song hit, Mr. President, you don't always make it. From that, you got to toil a couple of years. And the extent, Mr. President, that we know can hopefully help cultural practitioners to understand that there is a system that will benefit them and that they can participate in, Mr. President, I believe will go an extremely long way. I want to encourage the young practitioners, perhaps the older ones they've probably gone on, but certainly the younger ones that are emerging, those that have managers, to encourage them, Mr. President, as entrepreneurs, to be able to participate in this system. Mr. President, before I close, I also want to note that the government is, yes, promoting in the context of these amendments, creating that facilitating environment, but that is not all that we are doing. If you look at what is happening in the Ministry of Business and its financial literacy program, if you look at the work of fund access and trust fund loan, Mr. President, and the efforts that we have taken in order to provide training, the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, Mr. President, to support young entrepreneurs. So on the one side, yes, we're making those provisions, but on the other side, we also as well want to create what we often call the enabling environment that allows them to flourish, not just to survive, but to thrive, Mr. President, by giving them actual support through these funds, building capacity, and as well, Mr. President, I haven't mentioned that with Export Barbados, and I'll mention the National Cultural Foundation here and the work on fashion, working together to create export markets, Mr. President. I learned yesterday, as I was speaking to those young designers, that already through a project between the NCF and a company from Colombia, we took about 8 young and upcoming fashion designers and creatives to a major expo, and 6 of them, before they left, had contracts, Mr. President. 6 of them, before they left, had contracts. So we're also creating avenues as well for them to be able to export, further the brand, further the market reach as well. And so that we are seeking, as I said, to be able to ensure that we provide the necessary support to create that holistic, enabling environment. Mr. President, as I close, I commend this bill. I commend, in particular, those provisions in relation to the self-employed, Mr. President, as being critical, as I said, to ensuring that we can have that group of people, that self-employed, be able to make sure that they have a benefit when it comes to pension, but importantly as well, that we will have a group of people that will be able to retain their dignity, Mr. President, in this country, and that they will be able to operate as proud Barbadians who can still say that they are craftsmen and women of their own fate. Mr. President, I'm obliged. Mr. President, I beg that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Maura Knight. Speakers? Senator King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to pick up from where Senator Mulroney finished, especially as it relates to the entertainment fraternity. And before you begin, if you would allow me through you to ask the Senate to just have a minute of silence for Mr. Richard Stout, who would have passed. One of the persons who would not benefit from this at this particular point in time now that he has passed, but would have been one of those persons on whose behalf, when he was minister, this was a very, very serious issue. And one of the things then, sir, that was more so, the problems were administrative in nature. A simple example, you have to go to a tribunal in order for a tribunal to decide if this person's, or these persons rather, are eligible for the contribution. Does not take into consideration any of the contributions that they would have made through their work, working in the hotels and promoting Barbados. None of these things are taken into consideration. It's strictly down to, were you able to put in the required amounts at the required time? The difficulty, sir, with that, and I want to be very realistic, because sometimes people see things going on without real understanding of how it works and how it does not work. So let's take, for instance, and I can use myself as an example. So you are basically in what fancy words we're using today, a gig economy. You have a wife, you have children that you have to support as a man. You have jobs that are sporadic unless you are able to travel or work outside of Barbados in order to maintain that household. Because of the nature of the gig economy, you are also not eligible for loans from lending institutions and things like that. Which means, sir, that whatever monies you acquire, if you are to provide room shelter for your family, you have to do it out of pocket. You have to do it out of pocket. So imagine you have to build from scratch over a period of time out of pocket. You have to still ensure that your children can get whatever health needs that they need. Some they got dentist bills to pay. God forbid if they got get glasses and all of these other things. You still have to do that. You still have to put food on the table. But your salaries, so to speak, that are paid in this environment is minuscule at the same time for what you are asked to do. And if you just break it down in simple terms, in terms of what is expected of an entertainer, as to what is expected of a person who works in an office, they're two complete different things. The entertainer, by the very nature of the businesses, is called show business. When he or she leaves home to go onto a stage, they can't go dressed like somebody in the office. You can't spend that kind of money on clothing. It's the first thing somebody want to know. Well, you cannot be serious. And for women, it's even more difficult than for men. Because you know, God start talking about hairdresser every 5 minutes, nails, lipstick, and the thing goes on. Not even taking into consideration just the basic things, the soap and water and all the other things that you got to deal with. So let me get real. Right? And then we have to also deal with the attitudes of people. So you could be going to a tribunal, but somebody in the tribunal looks at you and decides, well, you know what? I got to pay mine every time it come round. And you ain't paying none. So it is left up to either the goodwill or lack of goodwill of a person to decide the fate of the person coming in front of the thing. And there is no objectiveness in that. It's subject to the whims and fancies of how people feel at a particular point in time. And about you too. Because let's be real. Let me just draw a scenario. Suppose, God forbid, that the fella on the boat on this tribunal, he said, you know what? Why I really don't like this fella here, though, you know? Because 2 weeks ago, he was singing at such and such a place, and I didn't realize that my girlfriend looking at the whole thing. These things happen. Or the other way around. Or the other way around. Or the other way around. Let me get real. Let's get real. Because these things happen. You're talking about people who are the center on stage and draw a lot of attention to them and all of these kind of things. So many times come now, and if you see, the fella already started off with a bias. Lost before he started. This, what we're doing today, remedies these kinds of problems. I had hell or hell trying to convince some people on behalf of, as was mentioned earlier, older entertainers who were coming into the end or coming near to the end of their careers, that they're worth it. But I was always told, but it says, written down, it says this is what it says, and we can't move from there. Nothing I could do. I get cursed left, right, and center by people who is trying to help. Trying to say, you ain't doing that for me at all, but wouldn't understand. So for me, this is monumental in being able to correct a situation which I believe has been unfair to some people. Unfair. And I spoke about the entertainers, but I could talk about the laborers. You can imagine those fellas who only get jobs when construction is up. And God forbid that something were to happen to one of them on the site. And you would say to them, well, you didn't pay any contribution, so therefore, we can't do nothing for you. And imagine the rest of it, and that person has a family to take care of too, but ends up in the position as was outlined by Senator Monroe Knight. What happens then? So, I support this. And I also want to make the call to those persons out there to take advantage of this. If you have the opportunity, as money comes in, to pay what you can, or we can say pay as you go, can't ask for anything better than that. You have the opportunity to do it online and get back information that you can keep for your own personal records, that you can see what you put in, so that at the end of the time, when it is time for you to get, you have all the knowledge of this is what I'm supposed to be getting, you understand it. You really can't ask for anything better than that. But I think there also needs to be, and I think I would say that this has again done it in such a way where you remove some of the fear that people have in terms of dealing with issues like this. And one might ask, well, what the fear is that people have in dealing with things like this? The fear comes, Mr. President, when you are dealing with human beings, and in a small society as the one that we live in, where everybody got a friend, and this body got a friend, the next person has a friend, the next person has a friend. And if you got to go into somewhere to sit down to discuss doing whatever, the fear is that at some point in time, as the old people would say, you can hear it out on the road. Like I said, I have to be real. You hear it out on the road. Or then you could be walking, going somewhere, and somebody could tell you exactly what you didn't pay, when you didn't pay, and what happened to you next, or what should happen to you, and all these things, all these types of things. It is the reality of where we live. So if you can go online and do what you need to do, I think people will feel a lot more secure that their business remains within the confines of the space that they're being able to use. So, like I said, I don't want to be long on it because it's really, really important that we do things like this. And as I said earlier, with the passing of Mr. Stout, you know, it led me to think back on something that I went through myself when I was minister. Mr. President, you would not, and this comes from a place now of really being concerned for those persons who were brave enough to go into things like entertainment and these things in this environment. A number of our colleagues would have passed during the 3 years that I spent as Minister of Culture. And a huge number of those persons had to be assisted in terms of their burials. A large number of it. And it always struck me, and I have to say it in here today because this is where people will be listening, and I think people will begin to get some sense of what it is you're dealing with. We have a fraternity of doctors. You never hear anybody go, doctors get together and go put on a show to bury them. Lawyers, whoever else, you never hear that you have fraternity to come together to bury them. Because they're able to do these things based on the fact that they are paid relatively well and they can take care of themselves up to a certain point and do things. The entertainment fraternity also, like doctors and lawyers, need plans. But if you live in a society that has determined that their hard-earned dollars are better spent with the artists that come from Timbuktu or the artists that come with the name of Sam Coochie and the Duffies, rather than the people who you can see in front of you or in the villages of you or whatever else, you end up with what you end up with. Or you can have people saying things like, I can't spend my money with such and such a person. Why do you build a big house out of me or build this or whatever else? These are the realities that the artistic community has to deal with. And I'm not just talking about musicians. If you think about a person who's a visual artist, got to do paintings and whatever else to live. How many people in Barbados would spend any money at all to buy paintings to put into their homes and beautify them, sorry? Not very many. They would probably go and buy pictures of places in other parts of the world that are prints and very, 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 very inexpensive in their minds. So they don't have a problem supporting that. That is supporting a man or a woman that live 10,000 miles away from me. But God forbid an accident happen, a house burned down, or something, and the first people that everybody calls these same artists that they refuse to support. It's the same people that everybody calls. It's the same people that a tribunal or whoever else will have, a little, I don't know if we should do this or if we could do this or whatever. You have to stop and think seriously about how we treat to our artists and again, add this other group, our sports persons. This, for me, is a step in a really good direction. Again, you have, in sports, you got people who are coaches. That is all they do. Coach cricket, coach football, coach basketball, coach different things. They now have the opportunity too, that as money comes in, they can make their contributions. I don't want anyone to leave this Senate today thinking that this is just another one of those political things that you do to score little brownie points. This is so important and so crucial to the development of a wide set of people across this country who for many years have been, in some ways, ostracized, intentionally or not, or otherwise. And so, again, I just want to say, on behalf of all of those persons who might not have the opportunity to say it in here, I would like to take it upon myself to speak for them and to say thank you to the government and thank you to the Senate and everybody who worked on this to bring this to fruition. And with those few words, sir, I'm very obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Any other speakers? If there are no more speakers, Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say a few words in agreeing with this bill. I certainly support the amendments. And I think it is good to see that government is moving ahead with the reorganization and the restructuring of the National Insurance Scheme. A few months ago, or about 2 months ago, I believe it may have been, we dealt, of course, with issues which dealt more with the economic and financial aspects of the national insurance, and to put measures in place to ensure that as we go forward and as we look to the future, that the national insurance scheme service will be in a much better position to meet the demands for pension payments and other claims in terms of sickness benefits, etc., etc. This bill deals, these amendments, to my mind, tend to deal more with the administrative matters. And as we look at this bill, we see the introduction of the board, which is going to be administering the fund as we go forward, and we see how it has been constituted. I may be a little bit pessimistic because we always hear that these boards, that we move away from government, the direct control of government, and set up a board, because these boards are supposed to be way, way more efficient. They're supposed to be providing way better service to the public. They're supposed to be more efficient in terms of using the financial and other resources available to them. But to be honest, I don't know that I am overwhelmed by some of the boards that have, some of the departments that have gone the way of a board. And, you know, I think of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, I think of the BRA. Boards which have recently been formed or set up as SOEs or whatever you wish to call them. But yet we are getting and we are hearing all of the complaints and issues which are still coming out of these boards, from these boards that have been set aside from the direct government control. So I wish, I certainly hope that that will not follow this National Insurance Board, which is now being established and which is now going to be fully responsible for the administration of the National Insurance Services. What it means, of course, is that the employees will now become employees of the service. And I am not sure what happens in this case, but presumably, previously, they were being paid from the consolidated fund. And so their costs, the cost of the administrative costs, the salaries and so on, would not have been affecting the national insurance funds. What happens now that they come under the board? Will these funds now be an administrative cost and therefore having to come out and taken from the funds of the service? I don't know. I really don't know what the exact situation is here. But if it is so that the service now has to take up that cost, it means the administrative cost of the fund is going to be significantly impacted. We were already talking about the huge deficit, the actual deficiencies and so on that were arising. So will this cause the fund to be further, the funds to be further depleted if they have to finance the administrative costs? I don't know the answer. I don't know, and perhaps someone will just explain that to me. But I am happy to see that there's movement ahead and that we are looking to see and to create a more efficient board as we go forward. I am particularly happy about one area which, and I think the leader of government business would have spent some time on this, and this is really to do with the self-employed persons who in the past, for the myriad number of reasons, did not contribute, or they may have started to contribute, then they lost their employment, they stopped contributing, and so their payments were not continuing to be made to the fund and so on. And so I am happy to see that provision has been made for such self-employed persons to be able to have some flexibility in terms of now coming forward and being able to make payments when they can, have a little break when things are not going so good, and also, and which is important, is to be able to build up the number of qualifying years that they will have by going and doing what is effectively some back payments. So I think that is some good aspects of this amendment, and I really would recommend and encourage particularly those self-employed people to come on board and do their best efforts when they can. You know, in the tourist season, for example, we know the taxi persons and the entertainers and those types of people tend to do better. And so therefore, I would hope that they would use these opportunities to build up their contributions to the fund so that they improve the qualifying years that they have, and also the amount of pension payments which they will get on retirement. So I think that is good. Of course, I hear that technology is going to kick in here, and there always is, of course, the opportunities to pay online and do all these smart things. Well, again, I don't want to be an eternal pessimist, but you know, we know the issues that some other departments have had in going through and moving on to the online payments and the complaints. So I hope that time is taken to work through these issues and that, you know, they don't become burdensome for the same people who we are trying to encourage to make their payments online and by whatever other means necessary. The other thing I would wish to encourage is that, you know, we have, in the case of the entertainers, I believe we have a musicians and entertainers, some sort of association, and, you know, we have a vendors association. So and I think they have a very important role that they can play as well in terms of helping to encourage their constituents to see the benefits in contributing to the National Insurance Fund. And it is painful. It is painful when you see, I don't want to pick on any particular group, but, you know, let's say for entertainers, for example, and they entertain for as long as they can, and then when they retire, because they haven't made contributions to the scheme, they are unfortunately end up living in circumstances really which should not be. And we really need, therefore, to encourage those people to recognize that as, you know, it is a pension planning and planning for your future and planning to ensure that you have a regular income to keep you out of poverty and being and having to finally rely on the government or other charitable charitable sources to continue to live is really not the right thing. So I am hoping that these amendments and the ability to be flexible in making the payments will certainly encourage others to come on board. I would also like to suggest, take this opportunity as well, for those people who may now be coming on to the scheme, and who will now be starting to pay payments, and who may find themselves short of qualifying years. I am wondering if it could be possible that additional, if persons can afford it, additional voluntary contributions couldn't be made so that you actually build up your contributions to the fund and therefore ensure a reasonable level of pension when the time comes. I think that in looking at some of the committees of the board, I think it is, I am satisfied that there are the constitution of some of those committees are quite well done, and they lend for the level of expertise and experience which we would wish to see on the committees. And I think that those committees really have some serious work to do and to function in a way that they should. I would only have suggested that I would have preferred to see someone else other than the chairman of the board of the service, or the board being also chair of the audit committee. I would have preferred to see, an independent person, maybe someone that is not even on the board, who would have been heading that audit committee. So it gives it that kind of level of independence which you would require for the audit committee. The other issue, and speaking of audit committee and audits and so on, of course, the other issue I would like to raise is that it is really unfortunate that a new board is going to be taking up responsibility for the National Insurance Service, and will have to bring with them the baggage of all of the accounts which have been unaudited, and the Auditor General has reported on this in his report, so we can go back and look and see. But, we could be talking about probably 10 years of unaudited accounts. And so for the new board to have to take up this, my question is, how do you, 10 or 15 years ago, when they want to be able to be in a position to start out on the right foot and to move forward? And that is something that I think they will have to give some serious consideration to as they move forward. I think I can only wish the new board well. I think I haven't heard a lot of rumblings from the existing staff, so it seems to me that most of the existing members of the National Insurance Board are quite happy to go forward and become part of the new service. And therefore, I hope that as we go forward, that there don't be, any significant personnel issues again that will be dealt with the board, or that will come up that will have to be dealt with, but that, it will be smooth sailing. And I can only wish for every good thing for this board as it moves ahead. And with those few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, Senator Malibu.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to everyone. As usual, perhaps I'm going to be short. I really have one point to make on this. All the previous speakers, previous senators, I agree with everything you've said. I commend the government on making it easier for self-employed persons to contribute. The truth is, self-employed persons who don't contribute and then later on get nothing only have themselves to blame, and that I'm not going to speak to that. I think that that's excellent. Back on, I think it's excellent that that this bill makes it easier. Back on August the 9th, at the 31st sitting, Mr. President, the essence of this bill was discussed and many of the issues ventilated. And as the leader of government business has explained, this is just a continuation of that which was known to be coming. What I would like to highlight is that in the National Insurance Board's principal recommendations for the rehabilitation of the National Insurance Scheme, the document which in many parts is the genesis for the changes that are happening, there are many recommendations which were discussed back in our sitting on August the 9th. And we were told, and we heard that day, that there would be more to come, that we couldn't do everything in one step. And we've heard that today, Mr. President. This is, in fact, step two. So the government is sticking to its word and is working through these things. And as I said earlier, there's only one area that I want to highlight, and I am perhaps disappointed, and I probably will come as no surprise, as I spoke on this previously when we last discussed this bill. The principal recommendations in that document from the National Insurance Board, on page 16, it made it very clear that what everyone that had been consulted on that paper had agreed was that the uncollected income from non-compliant employers was a fundamental problem that the scheme faced. There was many other issues that the scheme faced, again, which we've all accepted: the aging population, the shrinking workforce, the debt restructuring, the minimum year contributions, all of these things we've talked about before. But on page 12 of the National Insurance Board's principal recommendation, it makes a specific recommendation saying that we must take steps to recover. Now, when I read the bill that is before us today, sir, I note, and I apologize for reading all of this, and bear with me. I note in the bill that it provides for the establishment of the divisions, and that the service shall comprise of a chief executive officer, a chief finance officer, a chief people development officer, chief operations officer, a chief investments officer, a chief policy and planning officer, a chief risk management officer, a chief internal officer, auditor, a chief legal officer, chief information technology officer. And I've read the bill, I've read it a couple of times, I guess, but I just do not see in the bill that this fundamental problem that we have, which all stakeholders in the consultation, a national consultation, sir, agreed that the, and I quote, the uncollected income from non-compliant employers, I would have liked to have seen, and I suggest again, that the collection of these receivables needs to be a priority. I would have liked to have seen, sir, I don't know what the right name is. It could have been maybe the chief compliance officer. It could maybe have been, I don't know, the chief collections officer, something. But in many of the descriptions of the jobs in here, it seems to be implied. But having seen that it is a fundamental flaw, and it is a problem with the scheme, that we have employers who, and let's be clear, let's be absolutely clear about this, they enter into a contract with an employee. They tell them what they're going to pay for them. They keep that money back from them, because having delivered your service as a worker, and you come to the end of the month, you get a certain net in your hand. Your taxes are taken out. The employer's share of the NIS scheme is taken out, and the employees is taken out. And they have an obligation. That money does not belong to the employer. It belongs to the employee, and it was to go to the scheme. And any of those delinquent employers should be prosecuted, sir. And I would have hoped to have seen teeth in this scheme. Teeth that would have allowed an employee who is the one who will be hurt. They will be the one going to the scheme in years to come and saying, I'm here, I now want to get back some of what I contributed for, only to find out, but your contributions are not here. You have been defrauded. And we need to move this from being some type of white-collar crime that is dealt with in rooms and other places, and deal with it the same way we deal with someone who steals money blatantly and openly? Why do we go and prosecute someone who is stealing from a supermarket or from a huckster beside the road, and we're going to prosecute them aggressively? But we are not prosecuting those who owe this scheme millions. Millions, sir. And I said this on August 9th as I stood before, and I want to say it clearly, I am disappointed that this scheme, this amendment is brought today, but I know that there are more amendments to come, so I will say, please, let's make sure it makes it into the next one. Let us see a position that allows employees who are doubtful as to whether or not their employer has done the right thing. How can they complain or write in and say, show me, prove to me it's been paid? Should we not have some way that employers are required on an annual basis to publish and to show that they have actually paid? And should we not have teeth that stop those businesses from operating when they are delinquent in their NS? And remember again, they have taken the money from the employee and they've kept it. They have stolen it, sir. Let's not couch it around with other words, it's stealing. And the other thing I heard, sir, is that if you look at this data is not published, as you know. I have previously called for the data to be published. We should name and shame those employers who are not paying. I understand, I've heard, it may not be so, sir, I speak under correction, but I am told that less than 5% of the employers in Barbados owe nearly 80% of the delinquent money to the NIS scheme. Less than 5%. So the other 95% who are doing right by the people are then going to have to pick up for it. This is not right, sir. So, as I conclude, as I say, I usually speak short. I wanted to make my point. I will reinforce it. Excellent. Item number 2, my second part into this. Let's get this done. Make it easy for the self-employed to make their contributions. That's great. If they choose not to make it and there's nothing there for them, well, so be it. But those who do contribute and expect their money to be turned over and it is not turned over by rogue employers, they need to be prosecuted. This bill should have had a specific person responsible for that, specific person reporting back as to the compliance of the scheme with all the things in the bill that the scheme says it's going to do. There should be a specific report on that. And I do hope that in further revisions of this bill in the not too distant future, we will address that significant flaw. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Malalo. Any other speakers? Senator Dr. Hines.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and all. Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. Unlike Senator Malalo, I do not feel that this is excellent. And I will say why. Everything doesn't have to be excellent. There's a concept of good governance, and we have some scholars. Grindle is one of them at University of Warwick, who also talks about good enough governance, because sometimes it's hard to get where we really want to go, we really need to go, and we may need to look at what is good enough. I don't know if this is good enough, but it certainly is not excellent. Today, Mr. President, the day before independence, the day before we celebrate the 57th anniversary of this country's independence, we are in this honorable chamber for what seems to me like deja vu. It seems to me like deja vu. I kept asking myself when I opened this piece of legislation if something is wrong with me, something is wrong with my head, because I am most certain that I did all of this already. We do this already. Not last year. Just a few months ago, in August, I remember the complaints about things being snuck in during crop over when people are jumping up and enjoying the festivities. We were trying to increase the pensionable age. And I remember being in this place and stating very clearly that my response to persons who asked me, Dr. Hines, You can go in there and vote for this, for them to increase the pensionable age. And I said very clearly to them, I cannot find that in this legislation. It is not in here. That's in part one. It was not in there. We were in this place and people spoke at length about the reasons for increasing this age. We know the importance of it because we have to think about the sustainability of the fund. We have been told that there is no other option apart from swiftly growing the population and or having remarkable GDP growth. These are the things that we were told in here. But I stood and I said, despite all the long talk about retirement age, there's nothing in here about retirement age. Nothing. Zilch. And it cannot be addressed by regulations. It cannot be addressed by the minister declaring it to be so. We have to come back in here and address it. I remember distinctly, so I started questioning myself because I was there saying, I'm more sure we talked about this. And at that stage, Mr. President, I don't know, I felt that if I was talking just because I was blessed with a functioning mouth and tongue, because that was not taken into consideration at that point. Here we are today, being told that the reason that we are back here is to address provisions, the substantive reason, the substance of why we are here is to address provisions for self-employed persons. And this legislation certainly does address provisions for self-employed persons, and I will speak about that. But that's not the only thing of substance in here. One of the significant things of substance in here is what people have been talking about, that they're going to have to work longer come 2034. So for us to sit down in here, stand up in here, and in the other place, and to bypass that, I watched the last debate in the other place, and I listened very carefully to the minister. I listened. And I had on my YouTube, I had the transcript up as well, because I wanted to make sure that if I didn't hear, I could see. And I went back, and I went forward, and I went back. The debate of the 21st of November, 2023. The P word, pension, pensionable age, not mentioned once. Because, you know why it wasn't mentioned? Because the substantive change that this legislation is bringing is for self-employed people. Not this pension age thing, not a substantial change. The substantial age change is for self-employed people, and this is important. I don't want, Mr. President, for people to think that I am making this out to be something insignificant, that we are addressing self-employed persons. But it also is significant that we are adding something here that was not added before, and people should be aware of that. And when we were discussing it, and we were saying the legislation is repealed, that we came and we discussed a few months ago is being repealed because it's cleaner to make these additions for the self-employed. It's cleaner to do that by repealing it. So my expectation in this cleanliness was that I am just going to look back and see basically what we had discussed last time, the previous legislation, 1 or 2 changes. The word state was someplace that it was not supposed to be, that is removed. All right, that is gone. Just a 1 or 2 changes, little changes to that. But the substance of what I am looking at, the substance is going to be dealing with the self-employed. Lo and behold, 45 pages of a document. We don't talk about self-employed people in any substantive way until page 40. Not to say that that means that the substantive or the substance of the change can be measured in the number of pages, because if it is that we were just bringing back what was in the previous legislation because it's cleaner, we were just bringing it back because it's cleaner, we will have these many pages, and then we address the self-employed. But we don't just have that. We have a number of changes to what we previously discussed on the 9th of August. We don't just have some commas being moved, some grammatical errors, a few little things being expanded. I have moved from my notes. 6:55, Mr. President. 6 hours and 55 minutes we were in here on the 9th of August. 6 hours and 55 minutes. And questions that people asked, changes that were suggested, were treated as if they were nonsensical. All kind of rumblings you could hear as if this place was hungry and had a bellyache when questions were asked at certain stages. Yet, instead of addressing things at the place when they can be amended and saying, you know what, let's go back and look at this legislation. I hear what? We could have even gone back and looked at the legislation and come back 4 months later, like, no, to address that amended legislation. No, please. You're going to pass it? No, today, as is. It must be done as is. We can't amend anything. We cannot. It's going to be passed. So you pass it and then you come back and repeal the same thing that we passed. That there was no willingness to address any amendments. No willingness to address the concerns that were raised. And then we get this back-patting exercise. We're going to pat ourselves on the back for doing what we said we would do. We said we would change some things and we're coming back to correct it. Correct at the correct phase. Why are you going to repeal something just months after spending 6 hours and 55 minutes of people's time in here? Oh, good grief. Mr. President, I was just really reflecting on what I was thinking, how I was feeling, and I decided to look up a definition. Let's see if I can find it before I get a little carried away. The definition. Then I have to read this one directly. I can't read it now, but you're getting so excited. Okay. To make somebody believe untrue things in order to control them, especially to make them think that they have imagined or been wrong about what has really happened. I will tell you all the word in a little bit. I got that from the Oxford Learner's Dictionary. I had to find a newer dictionary because this is a word that has entered our vocabulary before the dictionary I have home. I have my dictionary still from secondary school, so it's a little old, but we know words come into fashion. On looking up the etymology of this word that I will tell you all about, I learned that it emerged from a play, a 1938 play, in which a man seeks to make his wife believe that she is going insane by going in the attic and playing with the gas. He plays with the gas so that the lights in the house dim. And when his wife says, "Can you see that the lights are dim?" He says, "No, there's nothing wrong with the lights are bright." And he does this on a repeated basis, making her think that she's wrong. Her senses are failing her, something must be wrong with her, because she's constantly having this belief that the lights have been dimmed, but her husband is saying, "No, I don't see anything, it's bright in here." The play, 1938 play by Patrick Hamilton, is called Gaslight. This is the origin.
Mr. President, on a point of order. Mr. President, as far as I'm aware, the process that this honorable chamber observes is that we give everybody an opportunity to be able to ventilate. We dissolve into committee. We go clause by clause by clause, and we vote, Mr. President. And then we come back, and then we ask for the bill to be read a third time, and then we count the vote, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
So
what
to
is the point
suggest
of order,
that
please?
in the context of this
Oh,
process,
you can't do
that this chamber is engaging in gaslighting, Mr. President, is to bring this chamber into disrepute, Mr. President. And I do not think that that should be allowed. That is the process upon which everybody has the ability to be able to ventilate.
Yeah.
Cannot attribute that to this chamber, Mr. President. And I would ask for those comments, Mr. President, to be withdrawn, to be struck for the record and withdrawn.
Just a second. I've heard the definition so far. I haven't heard it attributed as yet. And I'm sure that Senator Dr. Hayes has not proposed to attribute it, because then it would be unparliamentary. So you will step carefully from there. But I haven't heard attributed to anyone at this point. But definitely would not be something that members of the Honorable Senate will be engaged in.
Thank you, Mr. President. And indeed, I did not attribute anything. I said on reflecting, I went and looked up a term, and I looked up the origin of the term. And that is all I had to say. I wanted people to know about the term that I looked up, because the term had something to do with how I was feeling about this process. But I would dare not attribute any such thing to this honorable place. But it is unremarkable that there are many people that...
On a point of order, Mr. President.
What's the point of order?
It is an attempt to mislead the chamber that the use of the word gaslight, with its pejorative connotations, and it only has pejorative connotations in its natural meaning, can be stuck in the middle of a speech without associating it to the behavior that the speaker was seeking to identify and describe. If that is now allowable, then I will use the word disingenuous to speak to what was attempted.
Look, it is still my view that the word was the first, there's no attribution of the word to the speaker this morning. It was a reflection of the sailing close to the wind, but the wind hasn't blown. A reflection by the senator of how she was feeling about a previous debate. It is my judgment that the standing orders have not been breached as yet, but you would sail delicately. Senator Dr. Haynes, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I find it incredible that we could be here talking about the substance of this legislation. The substance of this legislation that is before us is to deal with self-employed people. And because I just give a definition, the word disingenuous was used if, in a kind of conditional way. In a kind of conditional way, the word disingenuous was used. But I would never use that word disingenuous to say that the pretense that all this legislation is about is self-employed is fact. I would not say that. I would not say that because the president on a point of order.
Senator Dr. Haynes, you cannot accuse anyone of pretense in relation to matters which are brought before the chamber. That would be to impute improper motives on the part of honorable members, and that's not allowed. So you will withdraw the accusation of consent and be instructed from the records and move on.
Withdrawn. Not gaslight. I have not said that anybody has gaslit anyone or that this has occurred. I just said that this is how it felt. But if I will be allowed to continue, I will make the points that I would like to make, because even though we are supposed to speak according to a particular line as the mission has laid out, as this is an independent country celebrating independence tomorrow, and as I am an independent senator, I will use this independence to speak about the elements of this legislation and the process without any efforts, once again, to, I guess, portray persons who are not speaking from the script as doing something oppositional. Because, Mr. President, I can tell you the facts. According to what I have read, thanks to the education I received in this Barbados, the facts indicate that a whole lot in this legislation addresses that previous bill that we looked at on August the 9th. And there are not minor changes. So anybody that is looking to convince me that these are minor changes obviously believes that because Christmas is coming, that I want to be the thing that Mary rode to Bethlehem. Or that Santa Claus is coming. Mr. President, I sat and I went through this amendment and the previous one, the one that is being repealed, because it's cleaner to repeal it. Now, my thing is, if everything in there was the same, or almost the same, there would be no reason actually to repeal it so it would be cleaner, you know. You just add on the other things. We have a December 1st deadline too. We're here the 29th, the day before independence, because this is supposed to take effect the 1st of December. Where did that deadline come from? That's a deadline that we created and then are rushing up ourselves to being here the 29th so that people got to prepare this. I don't know who has to prepare this for the 1st, but I wish them good strength and energy to be able to do this for the 1st. We have to be rushing in here to deal with an artificial deadline. But let me indicate what I see in the bill. I see 20 significant changes, 20 significant changes, not 2. 20 significant changes to the previous legislation. I'm not going to act as if adding 2 chiefs to the 8 that existed is insignificant, including a chief legal officer. The chief legal officer has a significant role. This is a substantive and a significant amendment to that previous legislation. Senator Malou spoke about compliance and enforcement, and my understanding is that this chief legal officer will have a very important role in this, in ensuring that people can be chased up and the courts can be used, the legal process can be used. But this is not even discussed and debate about this because there's a little change. We're dealing with self-employed. A chief information technology officer. That's something new in here too. That's not a little and a change. This is why it had to be repealed. Because clearly, 4 months ago, nobody thought that we needed a chief legal officer in the haste to bring this and not to amend it and not to take the time that we required. I'm not saying that things will not have to be changed as they come up. It's one thing that you have a piece of legislation and you start working with it and then you realize, oh shoot, this isn't working, we need this. This legislation is not even proclaimed. We enacted legislation that we did not even think that we could proclaim it because it has so many issues, 20 significant issues that had to be addressed, 20 of them. 20 of them. I don't think that is excellent. And as I said, everything does not have to be excellent. Good enough. And I'm not sure that it is that. I could list these changes. This document is littered with changes. Littered with changes. We have additions, removals of things, expansions, the role of the 2 chiefs as I added. I have written down all of them. I do not want to bore people with going through them because then it would be viewed as pedantic. At 4G, we have addition. So what we have something added from what was there in the last piece of legislation that we're just adding on to this. We're not significantly changing it. We've already agreed that legislation. So what we're dealing with here is self-employed persons. 4G, a removal of 2 at 6 in this current legislation. At 9A, 1 and 2, we have additions, 9E and F added, 11 capital A, C, D, and E added, 11 capital B, common B added, and then we have the roles of the 2 chiefs that I spoke about, 11C, 11D, 11 capital E added, 11G, substantially changes the employment of public officers, and I believe that this was addressed already in here. 11N2, we have an expansion. 11X, a change of the date for the commencement of the actuarial reviews from March 2024. 11CC, 2A2, 11CC3, 25B, we have an addition to section 30A. And this has to do with unemployment benefits. And this is a significant addition. This is not a little one-line addition. That is a significant addition. Now, we're not looking at that in here. We're supposed to just skip through that and talk about the very important issue of ensuring that persons who are self-employed pay their contributions so that they get coverage. We're supposed to skip over that. Don't discuss that. That's not substantive. That's not of substance. At 11, we have a more sensible approach to dealing with the schedules than that jumble up thing that we did last time, where schedule 2 was 1 and 1 was 3 and all kind of business. We have the new second schedule. This is a significant change, as I've already said, that changes the pensionable age, people pensions. That is not a minor thing. I know we talked about it in here before, but we did not legislate it. We are legislating it today. That should be made clear. Anyway, the substance of this is to deal with self-employed people. We do have self-employed people being dealt with in this legislation. Let us be fair. At 2, we have a definition of self-employed, which is useful. At 5, that's on page 29, we have the inclusion of personal injury insurance, which deals with injuries during employment, as Senator Dr. Monroe Knight made very clear. And one of the things that I would like to emphasize is that at 11, we have an amendment to the first schedule. This is on page 31. And I would like to go to page 31. And what this talks about is the kind of contracts that how are self-employed persons entering into contracts for service? And they can enter into contracts for service by way of an oral contract, a written contract, or even implied. This is important. And I'm going to say why it is important in just a minute once I can pull up the page 31. Right. Mr. President, as I said, when you reach page 40 of this 45-page document is when we really start dealing with the self-employed. And that is where I would like to go. Yes, there are significant things in here about self-employed people, and it is important that they have coverage. I have been speaking with some family members living in the United States of America, and it really is shocking the extent to which they do not have coverage for these kinds of things that we take for granted in Barbados. So encouraging self-employed people to ensure that they have that cover as well, as has been very well discussed so far in this debate, I think certainly is a laudable step. I know the jingle from the NIS. It says, pay your contributions by the 15th of the month. If you're self-employed, you should pay too, because in the future it will benefit you. It's more than a contribution, it's your lifeline. I'm not gonna sing it. But self-employed people have long been encouraged to pay. And what we have with some of these the consequential amendments is where we start addressing self-employed people. And these consequential amendments will help to make it easier for self-employed people to pay. They don't have to worry about the 15th of the month. We've heard all of this. They can pay the $1,200, however they work out to pay it, and they will get some benefit, a floor, a minimum benefit for that $1,200. So, I would like us to look at these consequential amendments. And what I see in the consequential amendments is that I think there's still maybe the need for some consequential amendments. And I say this because some of the changes included in this legislation and the one that we are now repealing make changes to, do we still have a director of national insurance? I believe that the new nomenclature would have us with a CEO. However, when we look at the legislation that is being amended, what we see is that we still have in that legislation reference to the director, meaning the director of national insurance. So these changes that we've made to the governance structure, those should, in my understanding, also be reflected in these consequential amendments so that those pieces of legislation are referring to the correct person who is going to be making some decisions about personal injury claims, for instance, during the course of employment. I have seen director used in that legislation that I went back to. So I can give the 2 specific instances I've seen. I have to confess that I was not able to go through all of these pieces of legislation that are being amended, but I can note that the National Insurance and Social Security Employment Injury Prescribed Diseases Regulations 1971 still uses director. I can also note that the National Insurance and Social Security Employment Injury Claims and Payments Regulations 1984 also uses director and defines director as director of the national insurance. This piece of legislation is the one to which I would like to refer as well. So in this amendment, in column 2, on page 44 at 6A, 1, This talks about a claim for an injury benefit by self-employed persons. These things are important because when people have to claim, we want to ensure that they're able to get what is owed to them, what they deserve. And this says, a claim for an injury benefit by a self-employed person shall include. Senator Dr. Monroe Knight spoke about some of this already, but I'm going to read in detail because I want to focus on something very specific. A personal report of the cause of injury. B, a report or a letter from a registered medical practitioner. C, an eyewitness report if the incident was witnessed by another person and the contact information of the witness. D, this is the one that I want us to look at. A copy of the contract for a service relating to the task, job, service, or undertaking in which the injury occurred. But we already noted that in this legislation, that a contract does not have to be written. It can be oral and it can be implied. This legislation has this laid out very clearly, not once but twice. Once in the consequential amendment and once, as I noted, also on page 31 and 11. Shall is the word used. So if it is that you shall include a copy of this contract, this means that, and it is the director, again, that is adjudicating this matter. So that clearly needs to be changed. But if it is that you shall have that, but your contract can be implied or oral, what's going to happen here? Something needs to be done, in my estimation, with this clause. However, we can leave it as it is and then repeal this and come back in 4 months, if that is a smoother and cleaner way to deal with things. So, Mr. President, yes, self-employed persons have been added here, and this is so crucial. But I want us to also remember that while we are focusing on the benefits to self-employed people, that this is also part of a bigger picture as well. When we are talking about the sustainability of the fund. We sat in here in July or August, I can't remember now, early August. And we had a meeting, not August 9th when we came to actually deal with the legislation, but before that, we had a meeting. And we talked about the various ways in which we can ensure the sustainability of the fund. And one was making sure that we capture more people in the net. So this includes the people that Senator Malalou spoke about. We're not capturing them in the net because they're already in the net. They're just not doing what it's supposed to do. So we have to deal with compliance, but we also have to capture more people in this net, those persons who are out there and they're not paying in, despite the jingle from National Insurance that is so catchy that I can remember it. So probably other people can remember it too. If you're self-employed, you should pay too, because in the future it will benefit you. People are still not doing it. So this is not just about ensuring that artists have cover, that those on gigs or on the hustle have cover, that people who are planning here, whether it is on the beach or privately for some of us, because some of us don't go to the salon, we go in somebody's bedroom or front house and get the braids put on, and we pay cash. So whatever it is, wherever it is that people are working, it's not just about ensuring that they have cover, but it's also about the sustainability of the fund. It is a step, not the step, because there are other things, as I mentioned previously, that need to be added for this. We have to look at growth. We may need to look at the size of the population. But this is one step as well. And I think it is important to let that be known also. This is not just a bleeding heart strategy to think of the self-employed, although it is that as well. But it is also to deal with the sustainability of the fund, which is critically important. So, Mr. President, I stand here a little bit torn today because while I do support the element of this legislation that addresses self-employed people, that seeks to bring them in, I endorse that, although I believe there are still some corrections to the consequential amendments that should be taken seriously and not treated as if this is a flippant oppositional statement. I support this part that addresses self-employed persons. I am not supportive of increasing the retirement age to 68. I'm not going to pretend I am. I understand I have been told in here that there's no other option, there is no alternative. Not convinced. Not convinced. Because the things that we need to get done, we want to get done, somehow we just figure out how to get them done. And perhaps I am not sufficiently intelligent when it comes to these areas to be convinced. But I'm not supportive of it, and I'm not convinced, and I am not in favor of it. Last time I was here, I said, I'm not going to speak too much about it because it's not in the legislation. It is here now, and I'm not in favor of it. And I'm also not in favor of us speaking about a piece of legislation that contains a whole set of things about the governance structure of the National Insurance Service, as if it does not contain these things. I'm not in favor of that. So I'm very torn about this legislation. And Mr. President, those are my words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Any other speakers? Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remind you of my inability to stand, sir.
Yes, please make your presentation from a seated position.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Sir, I've listened, and I was listening even when I wasn't quite here. As usual, my submission will be more from a legal perspective and the impact that the proposed legislation will have on those of us who practice, and by extension, the country. The first thing that bothers me as a practicing attorney is the fact that we are repealing an entire piece of legislation. An entire piece of legislation that was only passed 3-4 months ago. That is not usual. That is unheard of. And frankly, I find it embarrassing and I find it disturbing. Anytime I speak in this chamber about the government needing to take time to draft, I hear comments like, people want us to go slow. Nobody wants anybody to go slow. What is required is that you are efficient when you are drafting, because when you make changes of this nature, it affects how the legislation is accessed, how it is used on a practical level. So I'm going to just highlight a few, because when you have amendments of this nature and you are given literally a week to review when you are not a full-time senator, your ability to examine in detail becomes severely compromised, especially when you have to engage in other activity to make a living. But there were certain things that were glaring that disturbed me because it spoke to a lack of care, in my opinion. So, Mr. President, this morning, I believe that, along with our usual request for waiver 45-2, I think it is, there was a request to waive Rule 58 of the standing orders. That's not usual. We don't do that on a regular basis. It was done in the other place, a different number. I think it's Rule 56. But Rule 58 speaks to bills containing substantially the same provisions. And it reads, if I may quote, sir, once the second reading of any bill has been agreed to or negatived, no question shall be proposed during the same session for the second reading of any other bill containing substantially the same provisions. But that's exactly what we're doing. That's why it had to be waived. So you are the government, you can apply for a waiver. It's not a constitutional motion, so it's going to pass. That's not the issue. It was waived because it's going to be waived. My issue is, why are we drafting where we have to ask for Rule 58 to be waived? Because there must have been a thinking behind creating Rule 58 to prevent exactly what is going on here today. That's flawed, Mr. President, severely flawed. We cannot continue to perpetuate the ability to get waivers because we can. It's not good. Now, in this instance, we're repealing everything. So That's supposed to make it cleaner, easier, for who? Mr. President, we have a clause. For the first time in my, I'm not going to say how many years I've practicing because I got some people on the other side that I don't even know if they were living as long as they're practicing, and I'm a full diva. I'm not Senator Thompson going to say how long. However, Mr. President, I digress. We have, which is, I have never seen in my life, Mr. President. When you see clause 11, Mr. President, we have a clause that goes from the letter A. And I'm going to do it by the page because everybody doesn't read legislation. Let's start. We start at page 12 of, and for purposes of this morning, this afternoon, sir, I'm going to refer to the amendments as Amendment 1 and Amendment 2 so that we all know what I'm talking about. So Amendment 1, for clarity, you came, you debated. I didn't debate NIS. I can't manage an NIS and an integrity bill in the same week. I don't have the mental or physical capacity. So I focus on integrity. I did not debate NIS. So I take no responsibility for the outcome of what transpired for the 6 hours and 55 minutes. I was not here. Sir, my body hurts. We have on page 12, clause 11. Sir, and then we start. This is Amendment 2. We start from 11A, sir. And if I didn't say I won't believe it, sir, we go all the way down to Z on page 26. But it doesn't stop there, Mr. President. Then the draft persons start at 11AA, 11BB, all the way down to 11EE. You know what that means? There are so many amendments that the subdivisions have done the alphabet once and some. No, that is untidy drafting. That makes it difficult to follow what is going on. Sir, look at me, and I'm only dealing with Amendment 1 and 2 papers everywhere. When you have a job to do for somebody, you need to know what the law says. You can't keep up with this type of drafting when you are representing somebody's interests. You need to know what the law says. Why wasn't Chapter 47 repealed in its entirety and cleaned up and brought as a new, complete document, Mr. President? This had committees. This legislation had a consultant, an actuarial consultant. There were committees, different stakeholders allegedly met. I can't say they did because I was not on the committee. But we were reported that we had different persons meeting because this was a major transformation. Are you going to come with a piece of legislation that has an 11EE clause? Supposed to piece it together. Let's talk about Amendment 1. You did an entire piece of legislation in August. Y'all sat down in here and passed a piece of legislation that did not make provision for a chief legal officer or a chief information technology officer when you are telling the self-employed people, come and pay online. So when it don't work, when most of the government portals that have issues, and I have one with one, and I'm not gonna call their name. You know I'm not gonna call their name? Because I sent an email saying there's an issue. And the next day, I had an answer. We're looking into it. So I'm gonna leave that one be, but that doesn't mean that there is not a problem with it. There are a number of government portals. We are being encouraged to pay online. You can't get a receipt. You can't get it to happen, but you want us to pay online, and you did not include in your chiefs, a chief in technical or information technology officer. What you mean, Mr. President? And you did not put in a chief legal officer, and you got a bill that confused. How you mean? And the hurtful part is there is an outstanding chief currently in position. How you would put him in? So you got to bring him back in. But here's the thing. Talk to me. Y'all, really? Let's talk about what you've done. So you tack them in. Because it can only be attack. And you know what? Y'all need to start reading over before y'all put on the full stop. Read over what you do, because if not, I'm going to see it. I am going to see it. You know why? Let me tell you why. When I was on campus doing legal drafting as a course, I had the fortunate or unfortunate situation where my father was on campus teaching. Don't go to him and ask him to review nothing. You're going to cry because you think you have an excellent document, and he picked it apart very slowly. I didn't know then what I know now, that what he was teaching me allows me to see. So, Senator Thompson, Senator Boyce, have a look with me with the rest of the senators. Let's look at the amendments given for amendment number 2. Have a look, why don't you? I encourage you to have a look. On page 14, where we have the added role tacked on to the end of the chief legal officer. We go to J, and then K says, and may I quote, sir, such other functions or duties as may be required by the board or the chief executive officer for the purposes of the service. It is interesting to note, Mr. President, that that same clause was put on to the role of the Chief Information Technology Officer, i.e. the second added on position in Amendment 2. Such other functions or duties as may be required by the board or the Chief Executive Officer for the purpose of the service. Not another chief has these clauses. Why? Because the other chiefs get brought over from Amendment 1. They weren't on. They brought in the 2 new ones, fix up the 2 new ones, but didn't see it fit to go back and deal with the other 8. Because we don't have 10 chiefs, do not be confused. We have 10 chiefs, and a paper was circulated showing the regrading of the positions that seem, I wasn't good at math, but based on what I'm seeing, these people getting close to $20,000 a month each. When you put their basic and their allowances, stand to be corrected, but from what I saw that was circulated explaining the process. So each person at 10, you have a chief, which means there are going to be minions, or, oh my goodness, a department. Each person is going to have a department. You can't have a chief and they don't have a department. Where are we putting these people? How are we getting them paid? And why are we defining the positions in the legislation? When you want to upgrade, when you want to change, you got to come back to Parliament. Amendment number 72, what you mean, Mr. President? Put the chief executive officer and other staff as the board may think fit, and call it Wally. Beg your pardon, I'm in the Senate, make it so. You have put all of these people, anytime you want to change it, it is a statutory amendment for which you have to come to Parliament. You're confusing the place. I like how the government always does things to make me appear to be very, very bright. Mr. President, what is a chief people development officer? What is a chief people, you mean a human resource manager? What is a chief? I understand that the government wants to disassociate itself from certain things. I understand the government wants to put their stamp. So we're not the department, we're not the office, we're now the service. Hallelujah. But why are we going to a chief people development officer? And when we have, and I believe it was Senator Malalu who listed all of the chieftains. We have a chief executive officer, finance, people, operations, investments, policy, risk, internal, legal officer, chief information technology officer, that y'all almost left out, but you're gonna need him to fix it, excuse me, because y'all want the self-employed people to pay online. Why? Why do we have them listed? And why, if we have a chief, why we need some of these other officers? Help me to understand what is the plan. What is the plan? And of particular note too, is that in Amendment 1, the role of the Chief Executive Officer made reference to, bear with me, sir, because it's a lot of paper. Because I can't do online, I have to do paper. And on that note, sir, I'm going on record again as I'm here, asking for access to the laws of Barbados updated for the senators who are being called upon to pass legislation without having proper access to the laws of Barbados. To do this properly, we not only needed access to the amendments, we also needed access to the Principal Act. Stop asking underpaid servants to go beyond the call of reasonableness. It is ridiculous. Okay, now, I'm back again to the Chief Executive Officer in Amendment 1 had a subclause 2 that said, subject to the approval of the minister, the Chief Executive Officer shall receive such salaries and allowances as the board determines. It is not in Amendment 2. So what that means, this does not apply to the Chief Executive Officer anymore? And why is it only the Chief Executive Officer and none of the other chieftains? And I feel it's nothing so sinister. I feel it just got left off because nobody was reading properly. You cannot pass a bill in the lower house, the upper house, have it assented to by the acting president on or about the 25th of August, 2023, and come in here today on the 29th of November to repeal it, and you didn't pay attention to content. So it technically means, if you're not being immature about correcting, that this is going to have to be amended much sooner than it ought to, because it was not done properly. And you know why that has to happen? Because this one, unlike the first one that had a date for proclamation and it wasn't proclaimed, so y'all working and making us come in here 6 hours and 55 minutes for you all, and it's not kept. But this one now, we are being told, come Friday, this is in place. So I need to stop talking soon so this can get to where it needs to be, so this can be done so that it can be ready for Friday, because tomorrow's a bank holiday. Hello? No. I happened to have to go to NIS yesterday because, yes, I am chairman of a severance tribunal, go figure. And I had to go up there. And I had a conversation with somebody who says to me, but then again, I don't know if I'm going to be in this position because come Friday, I might get reassigned. I said, huh? Why? Well, the board coming. I said, but how the board coming, and y'all know that, and we ain't debate yet? So it's a fait accompli. No matter what anybody says, it's going to pass today because that's the way things happen. But there's something fundamentally wrong with that, Mr. President. If the amendments being suggested by all of the persons who are here in this space, making viable, relevant, and important suggestions for improvement, that it doesn't happen just because it has been determined that this has to start on the 1st of December. Because it means that from the get-go, you're going to have a diluted document in terms of it needs fixing. It took you a year to get to August. We are now here in November with obvious flaws that will not be fixed because the government senators are going to say yes. I'm quarreling. Y'all gotta do what y'all gotta do. But it is not tidy for those of us who have to use the legislation. And worse yet, if it speaks to administrative things that the staff need to be clear on and you have uncertainties, you're going to have staff who don't know what to do. That's not right. Fanfare, meeting with this group, the independent senators, you know, this deal with us last. This thing, the next thing, and they should deal with us first. You know why they should deal with us first? Because we're going to say no when it needs to be no. We're going to say fix this when it needs to be fixed. Certain people don't have that luxury. You're going to say what is to be said, whether you want to say it or not. I move on. We are touting this legislation as a self-employment transition, a self-employed person, manna from heaven. Yay. I'm self-employed, Mr. President. Yay. But as you are promoting it as a self-employment bill, is it really going to help? Okay, some elements, sure. But talk to me, Mr. President, not literally, of course, about this employment injury benefit. Now, when I look at the rates that persons currently pay, and I expect they're not going to change, I could be wrong. We have an employment energy rate, I beg your pardon, sir, an employment injury rate For private sector employees where there's an employer and an employee, 0.75%. Government permanent employees where there's an employer and an employee, 0.75%. State-owned enterprises and statutory corporations, there's an employment injury percentage of 0.75%. And that, sir, is what I'm talking about is the breakdown of what your contribution percentage. When you get to self-employed, because you know we live in large, our headings are national insurance, 13.5, non-contributory, 2%, training levy, 0.5%, catastrophe fund, which is new, 0.1%, and health service contribution, 1%. That comes to 17.1%. So that would be the contribution of a self-employed person. But you notice there's nothing in there that speaks to employment injury benefit. So we are offering employment injury benefit for the self-employed. That's marvelous. I listened to Senator Monroe Knight talk about her dad. And I felt that because I am a victim of a damage to my back years ago. I feel your pain. But sir, I'm not trying to suggest that it is not something that is useful. But how are we paying for it? How are we paying for it? We are saying that you're going to get 90% of your contribution if you make a claim as a self-employed person. But what it also means is that if I say I'm injured and I qualify to be paid, NIS is going to pay everything for me. Where are they getting the funds back to replace what they paid for me? Because I'm self-employed. No, Mr. President, a few weeks ago I left Barbados to go and have a PET scan done because it's not done in Barbados. I had to travel. If NIS had to pay for me, they would also have to pay for my paying fare. If I can't travel alone, they have to go with somebody. When I get there, they have to pay me because that's what we do. It's our lifeline. But how do we get that? How do we recoup what they're going to spend on me? I have been home, got up from my study, I'm self-employed, went to get a Clorox wipe to wipe my keyboard, and somehow I ended up on the floor, hitting my head against the door that was open, bleeding. Senator Maynard quarreled with me because I was bleeding, I didn't know. If I had been seriously injured and this was in place, how are you recouping the money you're going to spend on me? If I can't drive and you pay a tax and I have to pay for a taxi, NIS is going to pay for that. MRI, have you had an MRI in Barbados recently, Mr. President? Okay. X-rays, Mr. President. Consultants, specialists. How are we paying for what we are saying to the self-employed people? This is available for you because it's not in their contribution and there's no employer to help top it up. You gotta be real with what you're doing. I'm not saying don't do it, but make it make sense, Mr. President. And on that note, Senator Hines went through and she mentioned the contract for service that you have to prove. So you are offering to pay claim, but the way this is done, and if we use the examples that Senator Monroe Knight used, a lady at a window, a mechanic, which one of them is going to have a contract for service to show NIS that they engaged or were engaged in a particular job? So what you're doing is you offering me an employment injury benefit, but the chances of me being paid are slim to non-existent because do not feel for 1 minute, Lord, that in the midst of it all, you then tack in at the end, very quietly like a whisper, and I quote, any other information the board may require. So how are you going there a morning and you there, Mr. President, you decide you can ask me something that I can't answer or I refuse to answer? I don't get my injury. Now, I got in here enough time to hear the exchange between Senator Hines and Senator Thompson. I don't want to in any way suggest that anybody tricking anybody, but you gotta tell the people the whole story. Don't make it seem like come on board and it's guaranteed you're gonna get injury benefit. And it's guaranteed that this is going to happen because you have to qualify. And as Senator Hines rightly said, shall. Some of these are ors or Rs. A report or a letter from a registered medical practitioner. A copy of the police report of the incident where applicable. A photograph or video of the incident. And let me tell you something too, see? If one of these 12, I was gonna say 12-year-olds. If one of the younger senators have a situation, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be filmed because that's what they do. People of my generation will say, shoot, I should have had on my phone. We don't automatically pick up the phone to film anything, Mr. President. So I immediately in trouble. And if you come to me, Mr. President, for a matter, and we discuss what it is, and I say, okay, to do it is $10, and you pay me my retainer fee of $5, we're not necessarily gonna have a contract of service, or for service, or whichever contract it is. I don't immediately, as a self-employed person, do contracts. We have an oral contract. How are you giving NAS a copy of an oral contract to prove that we had a contract going on? Make it make sense. You're saying you're helping people. You want to capture the self-employed people to help fund you what you have to do when you need to have the fund bolstered. Tell them the whole story and make it make sense, Mr. President. I don't want to say mislead, but Kadir, a gardener that coming at you who is self-employed will not have a contract of service with me. A mechanic that's fixing your car, bodywork man, hairdresser, nail technician, anesthetist, masseuse. They're not gonna have contracts. And the thing about it is, that is one of the documents that must be required. And it makes sense, because to pay, you have to prove. So, it's either that, or some of everybody is going to be able to claim for some of everything, and then the fund is going to have a different problem. You're going to have the self-employed people on board, but there's the potential that they could be draining it because they're finally able to claim when they have a situation, but then there are going to be some who don't have situations that also claim. So that's what that clause is supposed to be dealing with, fine. But what about the rest of the people who have legitimate claims but don't have a contract of service? I'm just asking, Mr. President. I move on. Sir, I believe that this legislation speaks to a private pension plan. I'm trying to understand why that is necessary. I might have missed it in the 6-hour, 55-minute debate. But the pension plan under Chapter 25, as I understand it, is managed by the NIS. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And yet, there is a clause that speaks to within 2 years, there's going to be a new private pension. So what's wrong with the pension that is established pursuant to Chapter 25, the Pensions Act? And why are NIS people going to be taken out and have their own private pension? It just makes you wonder, who is going to benefit from this private pension? I'm just wondering out loud because it's in the legislation and you let me see it. You can't have the same people who are managing it not being a part of it. It allows for questions to be asked. Sir, I believe that I'm needing to head to the finish line. I have a question. You have now 10 captains. In Amendment 1, you had a board of 9 directors. In Amendment 2, beg your pardon, and in Amendment 1, you had 8 capitanos, 9 members. Now you have 10 captains, still the same 9 directors. But what concerns me is the makeup of the board. So, in what is maybe Schedule 2, Schedule 3, because, you know, as Dr. Hines said, in the confusion with you're moving this schedule and making it that schedule, I can say on page 33 of Amendment 2. Appointment of directors. The board shall comprise 9 directors. Again, I say, you increase your captains, you did not increase your board members. The board will consist of the permanent secretary in the ministry responsible for Social Security, ex officio, the director of finance and economic affairs, ex officio. 7 other persons appointed by the minister with the approval of the cabinet as follows. 1, 2 persons on the recommendation of the employers' organizations. 2, 2 persons on the recommendation of workers' organizations. And 3, 3 persons who possess expertise or at least 10 years experience in law, finance, accountancy, management, corporate governance, economics, pensions, investments, or other skills appropriate to Social Security matters. Mr. President, how are 9 directors, not even 9, how are 3 persons supposed to encapsulate all of those very relevant areas? How? This bill makes provision for the establishment of various committees to manage the people's money. This bill has 10 captains. So a board meeting should be expected that each captain should be reporting to the board every time there's a board meeting. Or every quarter, however they do it. How are you supposed to get this done when you only have 3 people allocated to all those various areas? And don't tell me that the chairman could be a lawyer, because there is no chairman of no NIS board who is not going to be senior, who has a practice that is going to be able to do what this bill suggests will be needed for the new NIS service. Y'all don't pay enough money for that. You can't tell me that the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs is going to be dealing with the finance, accountancy, and economic and pension issues. No. No. This board needed to have been expanded to line up with the captains, I beg your pardon, the chiefs that were chosen, because the board is managing the NIS. The board has to be able to direct, to hear from and direct chiefs. This is not realistic. So what are we gonna do, bring in consultants? We can pay for consultants? That's how we're gonna say we're investing the money that this entity is supposed to generate as a commercial enterprise? Spend it on consultants? No, make it make sense. If 9 were for 8, you can't have 9 for 10. But you know what that sounds like? The same thing I complained of when I started. You added, but you didn't look back to make it cohesive. That concerns me, and that actually offends me as an attorney, because you are not paying the type of attention that you should be paying to the drafting that you are doing with these documents. It's unheard of that you're repealing an entire act. You didn't even think it was good enough to proclaim it. 3 months, 4 months later, you bring a new one. That's an abomination. That's what I say. I am shamed for the government. You took so long to get to this point, and then on top of that, you do this untidy repeal. You do not repeal the substantive act and bring a new one. You have 30 seats. You have everybody who has to do what you say. Get it done and do it properly. Every time you look around, Senator Nichols is doing something. He's an arbiter. He's a this, he's a that. Put him to be responsible for fixing the draft. Sir. He's too busy, that's the problem. Mr. President, I am concerned. We have a serious bill that, to my mind, was not treated seriously, and then you offended me by telling me I had a week to look at it. I come though, I look enough. You need to do it over. You should not be passing it in time for Friday. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Tate. Other speakers? Senator Dr. Morone, you'll wrap up then after the other speakers. Senator Dr. Morone.
Mr. President, thank you. I do not beg that the the sitting be
Suspend.
suspended for lunch until 10 minutes to 3. Sorry, but no, but these are not gonna help me because it's just readers, so I can't. I think it's 10 to 3, until 10 to 3.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 2:50 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting says have it. This sitting is suspended until 2:50 p.m. today.
Nurse, in respect of, first of all, the fact that we have a transition to a board, and that a board essentially may not necessarily give us the results that we want in terms of having a national security, a national insurance and social security service that is right size and operating as efficiently. And to Senator Nurse, I can say to you that, of course, we are not going to be able to guarantee that the transition to the board immediately, but what we have done within the context of the legislation is as much as possible to put in place the structure that we are hoping to effect in order for us to be able to do that. And we say that as well, noting that there is some evidence that would suggest that such transitions do lead to certainly a greater level of efficacy in relation to the operations of previously state-owned enterprises. And that, it is something that we will have to continue to work. And the number of persons that's been talked about there, the number of positions that we have put in place are intended to be able to allow us to be able to manage as best as we can. There was also a question raised in relation to what is going to happen now that we have all of the persons, all the employees, former employees, transitioning now onto this new entity that will be called the service and that will be run by a board, and what will happen in relation to the payment of their salaries. Currently, I will let you know that those salaries were actually paid by government and then reimbursed by the NIS. So the NIS was already in a position to take on those salaries. The budgeting would have already been done in order to be able to estimate that the new entity will be able to manage that cost effectively. Yeah? In relation to the challenge around the technology, and we have challenges as we move to have the self-employed go online, and how are we going to respond to the fact that in other areas of government it is not working as efficaciously as we would want it to. And as we note, one of the amendments includes for the provision of a chief technology officer that will help address those challenges up front and be able then to respond appropriately. In other government departments where those challenges may be experienced, you don't necessarily have that expertise on hand. But by now including a chief technology officer within the configuration, it then suggests that, again, you will have somebody that will be on site and then be able to answer the questions. In relation to the completion of the audits, Senator Nurse, that is something that is still a work in progress. It is still something, yes, that even as the new entity, as is proposed, comes into being, that will have to be worked on. The NAS has made a yeoman's effort in relation to the completion of the audits. We have completed so far up to 2014, and we're working to complete 2015. And we have a process that will be going on in order to be able to make us make the NAS update in respect of the audits. But this is something that is very much a work in progress. I wanted to respond as well to Senator Malalu's concern in relation to what we were doing to respond to the recommendation that was made in relation to non-compliant employers who were unfortunately taking employees' contributions and then not paying them in. And Senator Malalu would have asked us, why are we not treating to them as they should be, like criminals? And I want to report that the response from the NAS says that currently, right now, as of today, they are preparing to file unpaid certificates in the magistrate and the High Court. So doing exactly as was indicated, that we will then be filing charges against those employees who are not paying in, employers, thank you, employers who are not appropriately paying in those contributions. so that action is being taken in order to be able to address those issues. Perhaps, though, I think that the concerns that were raised by Senator Christina Hines, the concerns that were raised by Senator Monique Tate, and I would try to take those one by one as much as I can, Mr. President. So I think we've all heard the angst from Senator Hines in relation to the fact that we have included within this amendment now that schedule which relates to the amendments to the pensionable age, and that this is a substantial amendment that is not being discussed, and that we centered the discussion primarily on the self-employed. Mr. President, I would want to, and as acting leader of government business, say that I take full responsibility, Mr. President. I apologize because when this was presented and debated, I contributed. I spoke at length about the pensionable age. I went into the history of that. I spoke to its early formation. I traced and even went back to the statistics, Mr. President, on how the process evolved. So in presenting, Mr. President, today, I may have erred in not also as well bringing that debate back, because I may have taken it for granted because we would have had a full ventilation here previously. So that is my error, Mr. President. There's no intent on the part of government to deceive, to try to bring in anything through the back door, but there has been a full ventilation of the issue, Mr. President, and it is here, and again, the senators, as was expressed, again, when they stand on their feet, can be able to speak to it and treat to it, Mr. President. But there was no intent to be able to suggest that this is something that we are either trying to hide. I hope that all of you and the public would remember, again, the debate in the other place and in here on this issue of the pensionable age and the level of discourse that we would have had in this chamber. Mr. President, I also want to speak to some of the areas, the specific areas that were identified in relation to, first of all, the treatment of the injury benefit. It was pointed out that we have a provision at 11(1)(a) that indicates that self-employed persons can have a contract for service, either written or oral, whether express or implied, but that when we come to the consequential amendment here, it indicates, and there's a shall, that they shall produce a copy of the contract for service relating to the task or job. Mr. President, Barbados will be only the third country within the region to introduce injury benefits for the self-employed. There are only 2 other countries that are doing this. And we will have modeled our legislation based on the provisions of those countries. However, it is something that we need to be able to work on. If you note as well, Mr. President, I want to point out that where it speaks to at section 5, at page 29, it says that all self-employed persons shall from such a day as the board may fix by order be insured pursuant to section 14 for personal injury. And I say this because, Mr. President, we understand that because this is something new and innovative that we are introducing, that we will need to be able to work through the mechanics of how it will be operationalized. And this provision allows us to be able to work through those mechanics and then only establish it after we have been able. But the principle of being able to provide injury benefits, Mr. President, is one that we want to be able to establish. I note, Mr. President, that currently there are discussions with the other 2 countries that have this provision. to make sure that we understand how they operate. And Mr. President, what I understand is this. So yes, it says a copy of the contract for service relating to the task job. But an oral contract, Mr. President, can also as well, if I understand correctly, be reduced to writing. So that there are instances in which, for instance, I may ask if I am a nail tech, the person who I contract that service for, to provide a written statement and an affidavit, have it signed off in order then for it then to also then be reduced then into a written form. And I think, Mr. President, again, from our discussions with the other two jurisdictions that are managing this, Mr. President, that they are also going through and working through. At the same time, Mr. President, we have recognized and we have heard this concern directly.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, a point of elucidation, I just am seeking some clarity. When we are getting new things being introduced at closing, do we have an opportunity to respond? I don't want to be rude, but I'm hearing things that really should not be left unresponded to, but we're supposed to be wrapping up. So just for my clarity, sir.
A wrap-up of a debate can include answers to questions posed. And there are several questions posed during the course of the debate, which the person wrapping up is free to respond to. But that would not be considered new material.
What I'm saying, sir, is that when the wrap-up has information that could be confusing, not true, or misleading, and it needs to be clarified, are we at this point, meaning everyone other than the person closing up, allowed to respond, or we just have to listen to it and hope that?
Points of order can be used, elucidation, objection, and usual points of order, but not a substantive debate reply.
As I was about to say, as the court pleases. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Continue, Senator Dr. Mulroney.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. President. I also want to note, Mr. President, that there were also concerns in relation to the specific provisions relating to the new roles and identified positions within the amendment. The role of the Chief Information Technology Officer was noted as well. We noted that there was an additional K on the Chief Legal Officer. That was also then an H for the Chief Information Technology Officer that related to the provision that says such other functions or duties as may be required by the board or Chief Executive Officer. And the point was made that this then did not apply to the other officers, as well. I want to indicate, Mr. President, again, that we have here general terms, but that there will also be specific terms of reference. And we all know that in our specific contract as well, there is always that provision that says, and any other duties, Mr. President. So that, yes, it is true, Mr. President, that right now, that specific clause only attends to the Chief Legal Officer and as well the role of the Chief Information Technology Officer, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to say that
Mr. President, on a point of order though, to suggest, sir, if I may.
Yes, please.
That because it's not on the other chief's description that it can be included in the contract is not true, because the legislation has actually stipulated what the contract is to contain. So to go outside of that is to call for an amendment. So no, it is not correct to say that because it is a standard in a general contract that you could put it in. The government, by virtue of restricting themselves with the contract, with the legislation, cannot go outside of what's in the legislation unless they're going to come back for an amendment. So please, I find, with all due respect, that I don't want to tell anybody what to do, but trying to answer legal issues when you're not a lawyer may not be the best thing.
Thank you, Senator. I'm sure that the Senator was not proposing to go outside of the law.
then leave it, because to suggest that everybody knows that a contract has a standard, you cannot do it. Because you did not just say a CEO and other staff, by virtue of actually documenting what each chief is supposed to do, you have to put that and only that in your contract. So the general clause can only properly go into the contract of the chief legal officer and the chief information technology officer, Mr. President. Much obliged.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Dr. Murray.
Mr. President, thank you very much. And I'm so advised. I'm not a lawyer, so taking advice from the technical persons. Mr. President, I do want to say as I wrap up, we have heard the concerns, and we are going to give an undertaking for those areas of concern that we are prepared to meet with the independent senators that have so raised those concerns, Mr. President. That might be able we can have some discussion on that. If they so wish, it is voluntary. We are not forcing. We are not forcing anybody to come, but we are prepared to sit down, have some discussions with the minister, with the technical team, in order to be able to discuss the issues. Mr. President, I want to say here that there is absolutely no other intent in this legislation than to do right by the self-employed. I want to say as well that we might be able to agree that we have some imperfections. Mr. President, you know I always start out by always saying I am the one to have an honest conversation. Yeah? Always do, Mr. President. But I think that if we can agree that at least in the main, for the intent before us, that we have sought as much as possible to be able to set up a framework that allows for a national insurance and social security service, Mr. President, that will allow for one, the sustainability of the fund itself, Mr. President, that will allow for the self-employed to be able to contribute, Mr. President, in a way that is flexible, in a way that is amenable, in order to how they can, Mr. President, I think, Mr. President, that we can commend this bill. With that, Mr. President, I do beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. No. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Dr. Moronite.
Mr. President, I beg that His Honor leave the chamber and that this sitting be dissolved into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable the Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Honourable Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 do now stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 2 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 2 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Madam Chair, I do beg that clause 3 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 3 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, I do beg that clause 4 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 4 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 5 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 5 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 6 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 6 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 7 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 7 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 8 do not stand part.
Question is that clause 8 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Will those against please say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 9 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 9 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 10 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 10 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 11 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 11 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 12 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 12 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 13 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 13 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 14 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 14 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 15 do not stand part.
Question is that clause 15 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg that the first schedule. Sorry? The first schedule be the first schedule. Do not stand part, sorry. The first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be now the first schedule to the bill. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, would you say no? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be now the second schedule to the bill. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, would you say no, please? The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is on the third schedule. I raised some issues about the consequential amendments, notably the continued use of the term director in the legislation referred to, although this legislation deletes this term, director, from the act. I am of the opinion, which could be incorrect, but I'm going to ask whether we need to have a change made to these pieces of legislation that continue to use the term director, defined as Director of National Insurance, when such no longer exists.
So on the question posed, I am looking to the clerks for direction. I just want to be sure that we have got the correct process. The question was not put. Can the objection properly be raised before the question is put? Okay. That means there is a question before the chamber.
Madam Chair, can I ask Senator Hines, please, to identify specifically where she's speaking to?
Sorry. Certainly. So if we look at the consequential amendments, I'll find the specific ones. I have not looked through all of these pieces of legislation, but the two that I looked through, which continue, my thing is not scrolling, to have the term is at 5. So at number 5, am I looking for it now? No, I'm looking at this legislation that we're dealing with. This bill, yes. Once I have the correct one. Third schedule. So here we have it. Just give me a moment, please. The thing is not scrolling as fast as I want. I should have probably bought paper too. So at 5, director is not noted in here, but the legislation that we are amending with the consequential amendments. So I noted at number 5, which is on page, okay, so number 3, the national insurance, and that is on page 43. The national insurance and social security employment injury prescribed diseases regulations. When you go to these regulations, the regulations use the term director. So that's the response.
May I please remark, Madam Deputy President?
Yes, Senator Nichols.
I'm grateful to Senator Hines for raising this point. The National Insurance, Social Security, Employment Injury, Prescribed Diseases Regulations are subsidiary legislation. And therefore, the changes made to the substantive law will come into effect. And therefore, the regulations will have to comply with the substantive law, being subsidiary legislation. Regulations are not made by this chamber. They're made by the relevant authority who's empowered in the act to make regulations. So therefore, the regulations will automatically have to be amended to align with the law of the land.
Thank you, Senator Nichols. Senator Hines.
Thank you also, Senator Nichols. Still on this schedule, however, I note what Senator Monroe Knight indicated, and the offer for a discussion is quite fine. I mean, in general, not necessarily fine for me, but it's fine to offer a discussion. One can do such a thing. However, my question relates to page 44. And here we have 6A, where we are seeking a copy of the contract for services relating to the task, job, service, or undertaking in which the injury occurred. Are we satisfied that although, even as Senator Dr. Monroe Knight indicated, this is slightly inconsistent, to leave this in this piece of legislation? That is the question.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would have responded to the question that was on the floor from the substantive discussion in order to clarify this, and I would have also then made the offer, as was noted, for further discussion in relation to these matters.
Senator Hines, I think Senator Knight is indicating that the government is taking on board the arguments that have been advanced. Do you wish to comment further?
Thanks, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. This is fine, as I said, to offer a meeting, but we are here to agree legislation. So I just want to be clear that what I'm understanding is that yes, the government wishes to go forward without amending this legislation, and instead of having an amendment, we can have a chat.
The question is, that clause, what was it? Where were we? Which clause?
Madam Chair.
That the schedule.
Madam Chair, I wasn't clear on the question, but.
The chair is ruling. You go on.
Sorry.
The question is that the schedule, the third schedule, be now the schedule to the bill.
On a point of elucidation, Madam,
No, you can't elucidate because you have not spoken.
I'm asking you for clarity, ma'am. Or on a point of, please, for a point of order, I would just like to know if the discussion as it relates to having a meeting with the independent senators to assist with drafting the bill is going to take place before we finalize passing the bill today.
The chair is not aware that that is a proper use of the committee process. And therefore, the chair is ruling that the third schedule be now the schedule to the bill. And if there are to be conversations thereafter, that is not a matter for the chair nor for the committee.
As the chair pleases, ma'am.
Thank you. The chair has ruled on the third. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Report.
A divide has been called. Yeah. Oh. So what is the nature of the divide for which you are calling?
Thanks, Madam Chair. It sounded to me like there was a rousing no when we took the vote on the schedule, so I was seeking a division on that. If it was indeed that the ayes had it.
I don't know that you can question the chair.
Thanks.
Sen- Senator Dr. Mulroney.
Before we had our conversations around the table, a divide was called on the question of whether the ayes have it to challenge the numbers. In the case of a divide, there is a count of the persons in the chamber and voting. We accept that a divide can apply to a ruling on the numbers relating to whether or not the ayes have it or whether or not the noes are in the majority. I will ask the clerk therefore to put with clarity so each side understands for what they're being asked to vote, and we will have a head count on the issue to determine whether we close this or we continue.
Madam Chair, just to further clarify what you have just said, in the standing orders on the collection of voices, because that's the section we really are.
It's standing order, is that please, for the
Standing order
purpose of the
14.
public and those in the chamber, would you identify the standing order and read it? We do not want there to be any level of opaqueness in relation to this
Standing
matter.
Order 41, under the rubric Collection of Voices. At the conclusion of a debate upon any question, the president or chairman shall put the question for the decision of the Senate and shall collect the voices of the ayes and of the noes, after which no further debate may take place upon that question. 41.2. The result shall be declared by the president or the chairman stating, I think the ayes have it, or I think the noes have it, as the case may be. But any senator may challenge the opinion of the chair by claiming a division. And that is what has occurred. Now, on the decision of questions, except as provided, this is Standing Order 40, Madam Chair, except as provided by the Constitution or in these standing orders, all questions proposed for decision in the Senate or in committee shall be determined by a majority of the votes of those present and voting. Neither the president nor any senator presiding shall vote unless the votes of the other senators are equally divided, in which case the presiding officer will have a casting vote. Okay. On that basis, ma'am, I will proceed with the division.
Yes, but what is the question?
The question is,
The question which, yes,
right,
go ahead.
was the third schedule, whether the third schedule shall stand as the third schedule to the bill. And there was a division on that aspect of it. Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Crystal Haynes.
Aye.
Senator John King.
Aye.
Senator Pat Harris.
Aye.
Senator Lorenzo Haywood.
Aye.
Senator Andrele Boyce.
Aye.
Senator Gregory Nichols.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Christina Hines.
No.
Senator Dr. Andrew Malalu. Sorry, Senator Dr. Senator Malalu, sorry.
Aye.
Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers.
Aye.
Senator Crystal Drake.
No.
Senator Monique Tick.
No.
Senator Christopher Maynard.
No.
Senator Lyndall Nurse.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the results of the division, 10 honorable senators voted in favor and 4 honorable senators voted against. The division, therefore. The motion is passed.
The chair is deeply grateful that she does not yet need hearing aids.
So report on the
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
No, I know exactly what I'm supposed to say. I'm just, I just wondered if we haven't just had a historical moment. I'm not aware, certainly in the time that I have been in politics, that there has ever been a challenge on the numbers by the chair. Just for way of historical observation. So I think that is democracy at work. But I think that also you should note that presiding officers, that the fact that a number of people are speaking loudly in their objection doesn't necessarily mean that the numbers are carrying, because the presiding officer is watching the faces and the mouths and the noddings and the shakings of the heads. So you are counting as you sit in the chair, so you know where people stand. Even if 3 or 4 people say, in this case 4 people say no very loudly. So perhaps that might guide senators in the future, and maybe it may not, but this was a very interesting exercise. And it is exactly on the eve of our independence about what our democracy stands for, that we all have to exercise our free will in pursuit of that democracy, and it must be robust, and we must feel free to challenge in the interest of the people of Barbados when we think that is what is warranted. The question is that I do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. And I've heard the voices and watched the faces and the heads and read the body language, and the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now pass and be cited as the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Number 2 Act 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Number 2 Act 2023. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. A divide has been called.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Haynes.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Paris.
Aye.
Senator Haywood.
Aye.
Senator Boyce.
Aye.
Senator Nichols.
Aye.
Senator Hines.
No.
Senator Malalu.
Aye.
Senator Rogers, Dr. Rogers.
Aye.
Senator Drapes.
No.
Senator Tate.
No.
Senator Maynard.
No.
Senator Nurse.
Aye.
Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Aye.
Mr. President, the results of the division. 11, Beverly. Mr. President, the results of the division, 11 honorable senators voted in favor and 4 honorable senators voted against.
The result of the vote taken on the division, being 11 members voting aye and 4 voting no, means the ayes have it, and this bill is now passed and so cited.
Sorry.
Mr. President, we are recommitting questions to ministers.
Please proceed. Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 1. Do I need to read it?
For the record, yes, please.
Is the intention of the government of Barbados to introduce into Parliament a new child protection legislation? If so, what is the time frame for such introduction? B, will this new child protection legislation repeal and replace the Juvenile Offenders Act, Cap 138, and the Reformatory and Industrial Schools Act, Cap 169? Notice of this question was given on the 4th of May, 2022.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator. Senator Dr. Moroni.
Thank you, Mr. President. In response to the first question, it is the intention of the Ministry of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs to introduce into Parliament the new child protection legislation. The second question related, Mr. President, to the time frame. It is the intention of the Ministry of People's Empowerment of Elder Affairs, as has been, to introduce into Parliament, which it has been, and it is now before the Joint Select Committee. Question number 3, Question number 3, which spoke to whether or not the child protection legislation will be repealed and replaced by the Juvenile Offenders Act. It is the child justice legislation that will repeal the Juvenile Offenders Act, Cap 138, and the Reformatory and Industrial Schools Act, Cap 169. It is the Ministry of Home Affairs that will introduce the child justice bill into Parliament.
Just for the record, though, for the benefit of the answered reporters, the questions were questions 1A, of which there were 2 parts that you had mentioned as 1 and 2, and what was listed as B as 3, is really 1B. Just for the record, for the note of the answered reporters. Are there any supplementary questions following on that? Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am a little confused, so I would just like to ask, how come I am receiving this answer? Because at a previous sitting, I was informed that by the Leader of Government Business, I asked the question and received the answer. So this is a re-answer, a do-over, a reset. We sat here and the question was, I asked the question I received an answer already. So this is another answer. So my question is, why is this second answer coming after I received the first answer from Senator Lisa Cummins? No,
Order, please. Only Senator Dr. Hines is speaking, and I will answer.
Yeah, so I just don't understand how come the answer is coming again. Appreciate it, but I don't understand why.
Sure. The clerk advised that what was given was an update, and that there's a formality with which questions are able to be removed from the order paper, and that there still needed to be the formal response such that the matter could be cleared off the order paper. But what was given then, because it was not in written format that could be filed with the clerk, for example, was an update, even though it was pretty accurate as it was at the time. But that formality had to be completed in order for the question to be considered completed. Yes, Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked this question because at the time when I asked if this was a formal answer, I was told that it was. So am I to understand that this is now the formal answer of which I will receive a written copy, and the previous one was not a formal answer, but only an update, even though I was kind of told off for asking if it was a formal answer?
I consider an update to be just as formal as a final. So they were more formal in that sense. However, one was an update, and one is the final answer that should be filed into the record, and copies can be collected from the clerk. Senator Dr. Moroni.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn sine die.
The question is that the Honorable the Senate do now adjourn sine die. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it. This sitting is therefore adjourned sine die. Sorry, I really should have wished all of you happy independence before we go, and also before I bang the gavel, we were reminded of the passing of national icon Richard Stout, and the invitation by our colleague senator and colleague entertainer of Richard to mark that sad moment by an observance of silence. So if you'll join me in a moment of respectful silence on the passing of Richard Stout. Sitting is now adjourned. Signing aye.